People in the front are throwing banners and these idiots are cleaning them up. Everybody just went to the Vasilevsky Monument. So now they're going back. I have to take a quick piss. You're welcome. Hey, Deep State. But these protests, I don't think they're gonna change much. No wars were fought with protests, and no wars were won, by simply screaming "step down," or, for example, the anti-war protests. They never won, because they are anti-war, they are peaceful, and peace rarely wins a fight. When you turn the other cheek, you're not gonna win many fights that way. Exactly, guys. Boyko doesn't give a fuck about this. What do he care? He's not out here and fighting the protesters, so he don't give a fuck. He's having fun right now. All these protesters are wasting all their days. Boyko is just sitting at home drinking whiskey, expensive whiskey. There are people that are going back. They were just walking around and we were at the Vasilevsky Monument. And there are some idiots running around and cleaning up, you know, it's so dumb. Some people were throwing flyers when we walk. People in the front are throwing flyers on the streets, and people behind them are running around and cleaning everything up and throwing it in the trash can.
Akkor ellen, akkor se tartok a
Boyko doesn't care at all, you know, and the European Union doesn't care either, you know, they don't care about this. They have totally other priorities, you know, how to take Bulgarian money. So they love Boyko because he's giving them access to the Bulgarian economy, and the European Union love him, you know, they really love him. Yo, Commando, why are you keeping up that Netanyahu shit? You want me to come for you? You want me to come for you? So guys, while you're still here, I'm gonna show you a little secret, you know. I'm gonna prove to you that the earth is flat. So, I only need one bottle to prove to you that the earth is flat. So look here. Can you see? The bottle is curving. But the water is flat. So pretend this is planet Earth. This is the earth, it's curving, but the water is flat. You see, the water does not curve. Water cannot curve. So the pictures you see of earth that is round and the water is curving, it's impossible. You can see it right here. Look, the water is flat, but the earth is curving. So the earth is curving, but the water is flat. That means that water cannot curve. I only need one bottle to show you this. The pictures of earth are fake, you know. The water cannot curve, so you see pictures where water is curving. It's not possible. Look, water is completely flat. So this bottle here, it actually proves that the earth is flat. Just wanted to say that to you guys. You need to know that. Think about it. There were not that many people today. It was one of the smaller protests.
Sofia,
Движение того трепак шестре, без значения.
Приятна вечер на всички!
Чета, пускаме движението, момиче. Моля ви. Да, благодаря ви. Ясно вече. До победата! Всеки нещо е така! До победата! Всеки нещо е така! До победата! Всеки нещо е така! До победата! До победата!
Get it ready so it's clean and working for Boyko. Boyko wins again. So Boyko won again today. Wins every time. Master of winning. Yeah, it's basically over for today. Boyko just keeps winning. He's such a master of winning all the time. Nobody wins like Boyko, Borisov. So there's like, today there were like 5, 6, 7,000, maybe 10,000 at max. And at max the protests have had like 60,000 people. So, and there's, you know, there's no violence or anything. So Boyko, why should he go off, you know? 5 million people are happy and 60,000 people are protesting. So Boyko must be doing a very good job, you know. 5 million people love Boyko enough not to protest. And only 60,000 protest very peacefully. So they're not even really mad, you know. They're just a little bit dissatisfied. 60,000 people at max. And it's the same people every day, you know. I see the same people every day. It's not new people that are coming. Some days there are some new people, but mostly, you know, I see the same people every day. So there's like at max 60,000 people that's not happy. So Boyko must be doing a good job or what? I don't understand. Only 60,000 people are not happy. So should Boyko resign because a little minority of 60,000 are not happy? So Boyko is definitely winning, you know. It's only a little minority, 60,000 protesting. That's very little people, you know. So there's no real reason for Boyko to resign. Actually, you know, it's not, if he resigns, that's not democratic because it's only 60. So basically Boyko is winning. Yeah, I'm going to buy some beers again today. I'm going to get something to eat first at the Arabs. We are gonna get a dinner. I already drank 2 beers. So there's no real reason for Boyko to resign because of this, because it's not hurting him in any way. People are even cleaning up after themselves, so there's no trace that they were even, when Boyko comes tomorrow, there's not even a trace of a protest, because people cleaned all, people in the front of the protest throw banners, and people behind them cleaned them, throw flyers, and people behind them cleaned them up quickly and throw them in the trash can. So from this kind of protest, you must be really stupid, you know. And you know, it's not a mass protest like 1993 or 7 or whatever, because you know, 60,000 people, they're not even mad enough to burn police cars or anything. So it's not gonna change anything, you know. Boyko is still up at power, and it's not even coming close to it. The only thing that could spark the protest is more police violence, and there's people actively blocking, you know, when people try to throw things at police. There are people, they form a chain between the protesters and the police, so the protesters hit them instead of the police, and you know, to discourage the protesters of throwing things. And they're actually, you know, that's actually ruining things, because if we have footage of fights with police and police beating people up, that will spark the protest. Like in the start of the protest, you know, that's what grew the protest, were these, the second day, where police almost killed 2 protesters. Maybe they killed 1, I'm not sure. They had them in handcuffs and they were throwing them around, you know. And that's what made 60,000 people come to the protest. And then there are a group of people that do everything for people not to fight the police, and that's actually killing the protest. Yeah, we are getting some dinner here. It was really good the last time. I kind of really want to eat it again. It was a beef dinner, not a chicken. And I haven't eaten beef dinners in a very long time. In Denmark, where I grew up, everything is usually beef, and there is sometimes chicken, but it's a little more expensive. Here it's the opposite. Here the chicken is everywhere. Sometimes there is beef, but it's more expensive. So for some reason in Denmark the beef is more cheap than the chicken, you know. Yes, we will show the dinner. We'll be here soon. I hope there's not a lot of people. I think I'm not gonna eat at this one, but the next one, I don't think they have beef here. Let me see. No, they only have chicken here. Yeah, they even work to maybe 2 o'clock or something. Maybe later, I don't know how long they are open. Yesterday I ate at like almost 1 o'clock they were open. This is actually close to the red district. We're pretty close. I don't want to go around and filming prostitutes because, you know, their pimps are pretty crazy. It's also not that interesting to film, you know, street prostitutes here. As in, for example, Amsterdam, it's a lot different. Един хиксел телески.
7 лева. Ajde, ja sam тук. Не са запиени?
Да, една топла минерална вода.
Малка?
Да.
8 лева. Ето 2 лева виресто. Айде, Божко.
Да, без люто. Да. Actually, this guy, what is he called? This black guy that's a scientist. What is he called? That black guy that is a scientist? Neil deGrasse Tyson or something like that. He says sometimes that the Earth is pear-shaped. It's not actually round. He says it's pear-shaped. So it's pretty funny. He says it's pear-shaped when we, you know, have pictures. When we have pictures that the Earth is round, and Neil deGrasse Tyson, he says it's actually not round. It's pear-shaped, and he's one of the most known, very famous scientists, you know. And he actually says, if you Google Neil deGrasse Tyson, pear-shaped, Earth shape or something, he actually says that it's pear-shaped. But what the fuck? Didn't we have pictures that it's round, the Earth? But Neil says, you know, it's pear-shaped. Yeah, we got an XL dinner. We are eating good tonight. Pretty expensive, you know, 7 lever because it's beef. It tasted really good yesterday, so אז עבודת שם מזה זמה. אז זמה עבודת. אתה. Hey John, I'm great. We're getting a tuna shawarma. Of course, it's all halal. But here, because it's working all day, maybe it's more expensive, I don't know, but it was 7 lever here, the XL beef. I actually love stray dogs, you know, I have 3 dogs and they are all strays. I took them from the streets. Yeah, I'm getting hungry, but I think it's ready soon. I don't think Sean is Bulgarian actually. I have some people here from a very toxic community. So some of them are from America, from a very, very toxic community. And זה טוב. זה סיגה. Sean, look. Can you see? Can you see the curve in the bottle? Sean, can you see the bottle is curving but the water is flat? Look, the bottle, it has a curve, but the water is still flat. So if the earth is, how can the water be curving around the earth when you can see here that it's not curving, it's still flat? Can you see the flat line? See, it's flat here, but there is a curve here. You see the curve, but the water is flat. So when you have the earth, you see the water, it's curving, but it's not possible, you know. You saw that on my bottle.
Без кисело среде.
Okay. Ciao. Oh, where should I eat this? So this is how big it is. It's not completely XL, I must say, you know. It's not what I expected. There are no consequences to believing that the earth is flat. It's the truth. You know, actually, all the first people, Christopher Columbus, and all the first people that found out that the earth is round, all the first people, if you look at pictures with them, they all have the Masonic sign. So they were all Masons. The first people that found out that the earth is round and were telling everybody that the earth is round, they were actually, all of them were Freemasons. All of them. So I'm actually in the tech industry. I had my own company, was the last thing I had. I made websites for people, for small companies, and then I opened a couple of online shops. Around 8 shops I had. So Bulgarian dinners, they have potatoes in them. It's pretty interesting. In Denmark, you know, there's no potatoes inside, but in Bulgaria they put even hamburgers. In Bulgaria, a hamburger, they put potatoes inside the hamburger. It's pretty funny. You know, when I look for jobs here, I have a very rare, I can do something very rare, so they don't care at all what I am. You know, if I believe the earth is flat, they don't care. I get the highest salary of everybody because I have a very rare, what is it called? I have a very rare ability, you know, that they cannot find here in Bulgaria and they are looking for. And I'm part of a very rare group. I can demand a very high salary. So my rare okay. I'll tell you what I've worked at. I've worked for McAfee Antivirus, you know McAfee Antivirus, and I've also worked for Nokia. For McAfee I worked for 3 years. For Nokia I worked 2.5 years. So I've worked for Nokia, imagine that. But actually when I worked back there, I wasn't a flat earther. So the way you become a flat earther is actually by trying to disprove it. It's actually if you think one day, wow, it's so funny, you know, these flat earthers are idiots, you know, that's what I thought. I thought flat earthers are really idiots. I think they're just joking. Let me just see a little bit of their thing so I can laugh, you know. I was high and I was thinking, let me check this flat earth thing, it's pretty funny, you know, they're probably joking. You look into it because you think they're joking, you know. Everybody that becomes a flat earther, they actually do it because they try to disprove it. Try to disprove flat earth and you will become a flat earther. If you go in and look at the things and try to disprove them, you will actually become a flat earther. It's pretty funny. Everybody that's a flat earther, you know, they became it that way. Yeah. I usually don't talk about it, I don't explain everybody I'm a flat earther, but on YouTube it's pretty funny, so that's why I talk about. I'm not like a flat Earth extremist. Maybe the Earth is round, I don't know, but I think it might be flat. So I'm not an extremist. I'm not 1000%, like you are. You are a round Earth extremist. You believe that the Earth is round. You don't look at evidence that it could be flat, because since first grade, the first thing you saw is when you came to school at first grade, you had a globus there, and your mind was trained from the first grade that Earth is round. It can never be questioned. You can never question it. It's a fact. You know. So. Of course, I'm not crazy. I'm not 100% sure that some people are crazy flat earthers. I'm not crazy in any way. I just believe that there's a big chance that it might be flat. It's a big chance. Not 100%. I'm not crazy. It tastes really good. So I saw some videos about this guy, this minister in Boyko's cabinet, Goranov, and that his godfather is the highest level of Freemason in Bulgarian. He's in full Mason outfit with the highest level Mason. And Goranov is also a Freemason. So Freemasons basically run Bulgaria also. Are you getting hungry? Ja, würde ich machen. Das nervt mich dann durchgießen würde. Yes, you're hungry and you want to have fast food. It's not the same if you make your own food. The smell of fast food is different, you know, and have the hunger for fast food and you cannot get it right now. It's so good. Nice chicken drumsticks and wedge fries. It's not gonna be the same, but you know, it's okay for you. Yes, it's very tasty. I'm getting so full. Yeah, it's pretty quiet today. After the protesters went home, pretty boring day today at the protest. No real action. I'm pretty annoyed at the whole thing. They call in police from all of Bulgaria. They call from all the small villages where nothing is happening. They are calling the police into Sofia to fight the protesters. Yeah, I'm actually born in Varna, so I love Golden Sands. I have been in Varna many times. I have a special love for Varna. Yeah, it's pretty funny. They are in lockdown over there, but here in Sofia there's not. There's no lockdown. I saw the other days that bars and things like that are working here, but in Varna and Sunny Beach in Burgas, it's apparently in lockdown. You know, they have locked down the bars. I don't know why they only locked them down over there. But actually, you know what's happening here is pretty funny. You know, listen, the thing is, Bulgaria was the country in Europa with the least COVID-19 infections, okay? Bulgaria is the country with the least COVID-19 infections, and Boyko was very proud of that. What actually happened in the start of the COVID pandemic, Bulgaria for a very long time had 0 COVID infections, but had a huge influenza crisis, you know, influenza pandemic, but no COVID, not a single COVID. And Bulgaria managed the best of all countries. Actually, what I think is that they were hiding corona under influenza. They were saying people with corona, they really had influenza. Okay? So what's happening now? Now it's the opposite. See, Boyko, he thought, you know, look, I'm a very good boy. We're the country with the least infections. Aren't you happy with me? And then Europe said, we are paying money to the countries that are hardest hit by COVID. And then Boyko, what? Hardest hit? Then I'm not getting any money. So now it's the opposite that's happening, okay? So what is happening? I heard a story about a guy. He went to the hospital and he said, I want the corona test. And they told him, okay, welcome here, come in here. You have to stay here for 14 days to get the corona test. So without testing you, we are directly admitting you as a corona patient for 14 days. That's a requirement to get a corona test now. And the guy says, no, I don't want, no. Let me out of here. And they say, okay, we'll let you out. And then they give him a paper to let him out. And on the paper it says, you are diagnosed with COVID-19. So he hasn't been tested, but they have just diagnosed him with COVID-19. So now they are pumping the numbers up. So Boyko now, he is pumping the numbers up. He wants, so right now you see that it's rising rapidly in Bulgaria. A lot of them, they are just pumped up because Boyko right now, his mission is to make it amongst the hardest hit countries. That's the only way he's gonna get a large amount of money from the COVID funds, you know. Yeah, but you know that's in America, for example. But here in America, it really doesn't matter in that sense. But here they're doing it, you know, to get the European money. So they're pumping up the cases right now because there is this $1 billion COVID fund where the countries that are hardest hit, you know, Boyko thought he was a very good boy by having the least amount, but then suddenly he heard that the countries that are hit hardest, you know, they will get most money. So if Bulgaria is the country with least hit, then they will get no money or almost no money. So his mission now is, until the money to get released, you know, they're pumping the numbers very hard. You know, if you just go to a hospital, they will diagnose you with COVID without even testing you. So that's just to get the European money. I don't think the WHO gives any money really. But the European Union right now, they are negotiating this fund. Boyko right now, he's at Brussels, in Germany, or wherever he is, at the top meeting of the European Union. And right now they are negotiating the COVID funds, and that's what it's about. You know, these funds are gonna be given to countries that were hardest hit by COVID, and Bulgaria was the least hardest hit. So now he has to hurry to make it one of the hardest hit, so you know he can get money. And it's a very good game for him because he will blame it on the protests. He will say, you know, because of the protests now we are the hardest hit country, and it will be a very good win for him because he will shit on the protests and he will get a lot of money. So actually he loves the protests. The protests are very good for him. He doesn't even hate the protests. He actually loves the protests because they're gonna give him a lot of COVID money. With these protests, he can pump up the COVID cases enormously. It's gonna be thousands a day. It's gonna be thousands. In a week or so, it's gonna go to a couple of thousands per day. So, and a lot of them are not gonna be real, you know. They're just gonna do it, you know, for Bulgaria to seem to be one of the hardest hit countries. So he's very happy about the protest, Boyko. He's gonna win so hard from these protests. He's gonna win that people are gonna hate them because they spread corona. He's gonna get a lot of corona money, and he's gonna get a political, you know, uprising from this. That people are gonna hate these, you know, protesters because they did it during a pandemic. They're out here every day spreading the virus, and he's gonna win. He's gonna win large from this. He's gonna win again next election. Boyko is gonna win again if he still. Maybe he will just collect the money and stop, you know. But if he's a candidate again, Boyko is gonna win for sure. He's gonna win for sure. Yeah, but the protests were pretty boring today. There wasn't many people, you know. There were not really any action. It was a little funny. We walked around in the city here at night, but as a whole, you know, they were pretty boring. No action, you know. For me, if there's no action, you know, it's pretty boring. So if people are just yelling, you know, go down, go, you know, or just yelling, it's kind of boring for me. I'm used to kind of wilder demonstrations, wilder protests from Denmark. And I cannot imagine why in Denmark, you know, they call it a more civilized country, but the protests there are much wilder and they actually change things often. But here, you know, people are kind of stupid, many of them. It's not really about Monday, you know. People they could come in a bigger numbers, but according to me, it's because, you know, when it first grew, the protest, it was because the police violence. It was the day after the police violence, and the next couple of days, it was getting huger and huger because the police killed, or I think they killed one. I'm not sure if they killed him or not, but he almost died, and one more was very seriously at the hospital, and that's what blew up the protest. And right now there's a group of people that stand between the police and the protesters. So if the protesters throw bottles, they hit the people instead of the police to stop any violence from hitting the police. So there are these volunteers, they stand in a line in front of the police, so bottles hit them and not the police. And it's pretty dumb, you know. First they're risking their life, and secondly they're killing the demonstration because there's no police violence. So if people throw bottles and the police start beating people, you know, then we will have the footage for the protest to become even bigger, you know. When police are not beating people, then the protest will slowly die out. So these people, they are actually killing the protest, and they think they can make change like that. There will be no change like that, you know. The Amazon controversy, you know. I heard that Amazon gave money for BLM, but you know, at the same time they are abusing poor workers, many of them black, you know. They are abusing they are giving them low wages and not giving them good terms of work. Hello? Yeah, I have seen some of these that the BLM is smashing the vans. Well, good for BLM, you know. I find it good, you know. Amazon is a very bad company, so yeah, but it's never enough because you don't understand. See, the reason that I understand these things, you know, is because I lived in Denmark, and when I lived in Denmark, I was a foreigner. You know, I was a foreigner. So actually, I was kind of, you know, I was kind of black, you know. I was kind of Black Lives Matter in Denmark because I was a foreigner in Denmark. So, you know, I understand their struggle in another level. You will never understand it unless you go in a country to live where you are a foreigner, and then you might understand it, you know. if you experience, systematic racism and things like that, then you will understand their struggle. It's hard to understand the struggle if you have never experienced it. But if you experience it, then you can immediately, recognize it, even if it happens other places, to other types of people and things like that. I never worked for any of these kind of companies like, low level. I worked when I was very little, when I was 15 years old. I worked as a bottle boy in a supermarket. My job was to pick bottles from a machine, and put them in crates, and I was around 15 years, and that's the only time I've had this kind of job. Else I've always worked at offices and in tech companies and things like that. So we have a gazebo here. Scuffed gazebo. Look at this scuffed gazebo. Actually pretty funny. So yeah, your answer is to, if you don't like it, you stop working there. That's the capitalist answer, capitalism, they work with that, But for example, Uber is illegal in Denmark because they have a socialist part of the government, and they made it illegal because it abuses people, and it's not okay. It's not just up to say, if you don't like it, don't work here. That's not enough, Because these companies, they have learned how to systemize this kind of abuse of people. So there will always be people working there and be abused by the system. And it's not enough just to say, if you don't like it, don't work here. Some of these companies, they need to be closed down. It violates workers' rights, and they, even though you could just say it's capitalism, just get over it. If it wasn't that good, people would not work for them. But that's what these big capitalists drive on, and that's why America, for example, is so shitty, because they just let all of these do that. They would never ban a company like Uber and things like that. Yeah, I like Marxism, but I also like anarchism, so I don't know, maybe I'm somewhere in the middle of these. Because I used to just like Marxism and communism, but in Denmark I was around a lot of anarchists. And they kind of appeal to me too, I like the anarchists too, they're pretty cool people. anarchist, Antifa, and these people there. I've been around a lot of them, and I really like them. Yeah, but it's not good enough, Why do we have workers' rights at all? So we could just stop all workers' rights. Just stop all, no minimum pay, no health requirements, If people die at the job, then people will know, and they will just stop working there. So we should just remove all kinds of regulations, If somebody is have, for example, a building company and 10,000 people die, there should be no problem because, or in some chemical company and 10,000 people die of chemical fumes. You shouldn't blame the company, blame the workers because they could just stop working there. So it's the workers' fault, it's not the company. If the company could just kill people, it's not their fault because workers know about it, so they should just not work there. You cannot blame the company for killing workers. You can only blame the workers for working there. So that's the way that you are actually. That's what you are advocating. Without thinking about it. Passive actually, you are the only Dane right now. There's two Danes right now, and the rest are mainly Bulgarian, and there is one Romanian person. So they are not Danish. But as I'm saying, you advocate, that the company can just kill people and. Workers, they would know about it, because the newspapers write about it, and so it should be okay for a company, for example, a chemical company, to not have any protection and not have any masks, because that shouldn't be the company's fault. It should be the workers' fault that they keep stop working there. And not blame the company, It's not the company's fault that they don't have protection equipment for the workers. It's the workers' fault because they keep working there. So that's not really how you can build a good country. It's only my Twitch that says from Denmark. The people in YouTube, the people on Twitch are both from Denmark right now. You're probably two people on Twitch right now, and they're both from Denmark. The rest on YouTube, they are not from Denmark at all. Is everybody from Denmark? Should I just speak Danish? Tell me. Are there any non-Danish here? I know that Sean is from Romania, and a couple of the other ones I know they are from Bulgaria. Skal jeg bare snakke dansk, eller hvad? Er der kun danskere tilbage her? Det tror jeg sgu da ikke på. Yeah, but it's not just about minimum payments. It's about workers' rights also, you know. In Amazon, they keep the workers working for long hours. They are not allowing them to go to the bathroom and things like that. So your answer to that is just don't work there, you know. But, you know, where's the limit? You know, they don't get to go to the toilet, or they spray chemicals on them, or where's the limit, you know? Връзки две ледени големи. Да, кенчета. Да. Да. Just buying 2 beers directly. Yeah, you know they're bad, but it's not good enough, you know. So why do you want to have other people subjected to this, you know? You avoid them, but you think other people it should be okay for other people, you know, to be subjected to this. See, Leo. How do you like the chat that's showing? It disappears now. I made it so it disappears and it's in the bottom. See? This is a very good beer, and it's actually owned by Carlsberg now, the Danish company Carlsberg that makes Tuborg also. They own this. They have bought this Bulgarian company. They are like the Coca-Cola of beer. You know, they own a lot of beer companies in the whole world. They are trying to take over the beer trade in the whole world. Unfortunately, but ice filtrated. It's filtered at -1 degrees, so it's filtered through ice, and it makes it very soft, and it's very. The color is very. It's very see-through. The color. It's like a magical color. I cannot show because you know it's a can, but sometimes I buy the bottle. And the color is so beautiful, you know, it's hard to explain. This Pirinsku, look who owns it now. It's not Bulgarian anymore. It's owned by Carlsberg, the Danish company Carlsberg. So it's a very old Bulgarian brand. You know, Bulgaria made this beer probably before communism or something like that. And now, you know, because of the European Union and all of this, you know, Carlsberg has bought this company. So Carlsberg, you know, they own this beer. I will sit down a little over here. I think the connection is good there. Timisoarian, you talked about that beer last time too, I think. But check who owns Timisoarian beer. It could be Carlsberg too. You know, they're buying up beer companies in the whole Europe now. So these rich, you know, European companies, they have a lot of money, you know, from the rich countries. So that's one of the reasons, you know, Eastern Europe is in the EU, because you know, politicians, they are run by companies. Companies, they pay for politicians' campaigns, and companies, they want to buy out things. So that's why, you know, for example, Germany and Denmark and all of these countries, they are paying a lot of money for the EU, and they are getting less money back. But in Eastern Europe, it's the opposite. We are paying a little money for the EU, and we are getting a lot more back. You know, we pay, for example, 1 billion to the EU, and we get 10 billion back cash. And with Germany, it's the opposite. You know, they pay 20 billion and they get 2-3 billions back, and that is because the companies, their companies are winning from this, you know. So even though they lose 10 billions to the EU, their companies win trillions from buying up Eastern European companies very cheap. So we are basically being colonized, you know. Yeah, Denmark is kind of okay with that rate, you know. Denmark, they don't. Denmark, they kind of negotiated it really well. So Denmark, they don't pay that much, but you know, they pay only a little bit more than they. So Denmark is really smart, you know. They pay very little more than they get to the EU. But their companies, for example, are buying up a lot of, you know, companies here. You don't even read about it, you don't see it, you know, it's not news. But their companies are buying up a lot of companies here, and they're buying it for chump change, you know. It is a lot of money, but it's chump change compared to what this kind of company would cost in the Western Europe, you know. There's no Bulgarian companies buying up Danish beer companies. There's only Danish beer companies, you know, buying up Bulgarian beer companies. So they are winning huge. They are winning trillions, you know, from the European Union. If you look at the benefit as a whole, not only from the European system, but also from the companies, you know, that are opening branches here, that are buying up companies here and things like that. Yeah, Ceausescu, in many ways, he did a lot of good things, you know, but it's a larger thing, you know. It's not just him. It's, you know, he didn't even realize what he was fighting. You know, he was fighting a lot of countries, and enemies within and things like that. You know, he wasn't smart enough to see the whole picture and to so the thing with all of these communists, you know, they did a lot of very smart things and they did a lot of mistakes and a lot of bad things too, but one of the problems is that they weren't that good to the people, you know. For the people, you know, it wasn't communism as it should be, you know. It wasn't people-centered communism, it was top-centered communism. So that was one of the big mistakes, that, you know, people seemed much more happy in the West. People seemed to have a better life in the West. They had an easier life in the West. And that was one thing that if they had focused more on this, then it would have been much harder to kill the system from within. Because if Eastern Europe had gone to war with Western Europe, you know, they would have won. Eastern Europe had so many weapons, you know, they would have destroyed Western Europe. But, you know, the smart thing was that Western Europe made Eastern Europe fall without firing a single bullet, you know. It was just, you know, they fueled these protests and these movements in Eastern Europe. They were all fueled from outside, you know. They were all helped and support from the outside to take them down. And it was very easy because people was not satisfied, because the system, you know, they had a harder life in the West. And there were these thoughts that, you know, everybody in the West becomes a millionaire. You know, if we have capitalism, then everybody will be rich and have a good life. But as you can see, you know, capitalism, it didn't change anything, you know. Capitalism, it didn't change anything, and people are not millionaires. People in the West are much fewer. In Denmark, there's much fewer millionaires than there are in Bulgaria. Like, in Bulgaria, there are many thousand millionaires. In Denmark, there's fewer millionaires than in Bulgaria. So the chance of becoming a millionaire is actually much higher in Bulgaria. There's a bigger chance statistically that you can become a millionaire, you know, in Eastern Europe, because there is more millionaires per percent-wise. There's a lot of more. We have a lot more Bentleys and Bugattis here than they have in Denmark. The problem with the balance is it's hard. It's very hard to make it happen. You know, even Denmark right now. Лека нощ, Любомир. Приятно ми беше. So the hard thing about the balance is it's very hard, you know, to make it happen. So right now in Denmark, you know, they're pretty much ruining a lot of the socialism that made Denmark great. You know, the last couple of governments, they have ruined more and more of the social system in Denmark, which was the thing that made Denmark so great. You know, it was the social system, the socialist breaks, you know, the breaks on companies, you know, and things like that. There were a lot of socialism there, and they are actually removing it. The last couple of governments, they have removed it more and more. And today Denmark is getting closer and closer to Eastern Europe. So it's becoming worse and worse in Denmark actually. It's not becoming better these days. And that's the problem, because the capitalists are fighting hard to destroy these systems. And they will often win in the end. So if you have this balance, then it will keep getting pushed by the capitalists. They will keep pushing the balance. And it's a very hard fight with, you know, with the big capitalists. Yeah, Pasibrat. I know that there's a 180% tax rate on cars in Denmark, but for example, the salary level, the median salary in Denmark is around probably 100. The the salary in Denmark is probably 200% higher than the salary in Bulgaria. So there should still be a lot of nice cars, but Denmark, they have one of the oldest car parks in the world. So they have most old cars in Denmark, in not in the world, in the European Union. I think they have some of the oldest cars in the European Union because of this tax rate. But as a whole, there should be more nice cars than Bulgaria, for example. But there are much nicer cars here. There are more nice cars. It's not Ladas and Skodas anymore. Everybody has a nice car here. The taxes are part of it, but they are part of it when you compare Denmark to other Western European countries. But still, Denmark has a much higher standard than Eastern Europe. So Denmark has the brutto national product of Denmark is much higher than Bulgaria. It's like 1,000 times that of Bulgaria. So they're like 1,000 times better off than Bulgaria. So the 180%, it shouldn't make that much difference. Denmark should still have a lot nicer cars than Bulgaria. But there are for sure, there are many more millionaires in Bulgaria than in Denmark, so there is a lot of possibilities here, and these people protesting, you can always point that out to them. There are more millionaires here than anywhere else, in Europe probably. So why are you complaining? Yeah. Nice, you are from Bosnia. I had some very good friends from Bosnia in Denmark. I had my best friend for a long time. He was from Bosnia. He even came to visit me here a couple of times. No, I don't have nice. You can hear all the nice cars, but no, I don't have either a bike or a car. I have nothing. I rented a car a couple of times when I had to go some places, but I haven't had a car here yet. The problem with mopeds is there's nowhere to drive them here. You risk your life if you buy a moped. I have had 3 mopeds in Denmark, and there it's very good, because you drive them on a separate lane for bikes. But here there's a lot of holes in the streets and things like that. So, and you have to drive them on the streets with the cars. So it's pretty risky to drive a moped here. I wouldn't dare, to drive around every day in a moped. even biking here, it's much more dangerous because they drive in the streets. You have to drive in the streets, and it's not really, the country is not made for bikes and mopeds. It's made for cars, basically. It's not that I'm scared generally. I did a lot of stupid things when I was young, but are people driving a lot of mopeds in Bosnia? I don't think so. The all the cool mopeds, they are not even available here. In Denmark, 2 times I had a Aprilia Sonic. It's a very nice moped, but you cannot even buy it in Bulgaria. They have some shitty mopeds here from China and things like that. So it's not really geared for these mopeds. There are people with mopeds, but it's some shitty mopeds. It's not even, you don't even want to drive them. They're not the cool brands. They don't have Yamaha York here. They don't have Aprilia Sonic. They don't have all these cool mopeds. They have some shitty brands. I have never heard of them before. I don't know where to find these mopeds here. No, I've never been to Romania, actually. I imagine it's the same as Bulgaria, more or less. I have googled, mopeds here, and all the cool brands, they are not available here. So you don't know the cool brands because you are from Romania. But in Denmark, there are some very cool moped brands, and they are not available in Bulgaria because people don't drive mopeds that much, and they have some other brands here, and they are really shitty brands. Some of them, I think they are from China even. It's really hard to find a good moped here. If you find a Aprilia moped here, it's usually imported from Italy or something like that. So all the cool moped brands, they are not available here because people. Okay, try to see if you can find Aprilia Sonic in Romania. I bet you can't find it. Aprilia Sonic. They have some Aprilia here also. There are some of the models, but they don't have they have the ones that usually require a bigger driver license, but the ones with the smaller license, they don't have them usually. Find Aprilia Sonic in Romania where you can buy it in a shop, not used from someone that imported it from Italy or something like that. Find a shop that sells Aprilia Sonic and see if you can find it. Sonic, Sonic. Or for example, Yamaha York. Yamaha York is also a very, very popular youthful brand. I don't think you will find it because I looked here and nobody is selling these brands here. They have some brands you have never heard about in Denmark, And there in Denmark, in Copenhagen, there are like 10 shops that sells these. And in Bulgaria, there's not even one shop that sells them in the whole of Bulgaria. But Yeah, you might find a Aprilia dealer, but it sells mainly motorcycles and big mopeds, you know, that require a special driver license. They don't have they don't have they don't have the Aprilia Sonic, for example, or the Gilera Stalker, or the Yamaha Yok. You know, they don't have them, you know, in these countries for some reason, because they're not so popular. So we have Aprilia dealers too, but they don't sell these popular mopeds that I'm used to from Denmark. I think I'm not sure about the CC thing. You know, I don't know it, but in Denmark, the ones that drive below 45 kilometers per hour, you can drive them without any license at all. You know, you can just drive them. The ones that are below, that drive around 30 kilometers per hour, you can just drive them, and that's where these are: Yamaha Yok, Aprilia Sonic, Gilera Stalker, and there's a couple of other very popular ones. Yeah, here in Bulgaria, it's also a separate category for mopeds, but you get it on your driver's license automatically. When you get a car license, you get a A1, I think it is. But I used to drive these mopeds a lot in Denmark. You know, I even stolen, you know, when I was young, we were stealing mopeds all the time, because in Denmark they don't have a license plate, these mopeds. And we used to also tune them. So you get this moped, it's like you say a 50cc or what, it can only drive 30 kilometers per hour. So we put in some tuning and we get it to drive around 120 kilometers per hour. So they were very easy to tune also. You change some things around them. Some of them you just had to do something electronically, and then it would drive like 50 kilometers per hour. And if you do some more physical things around it, you can get it to drive like 120 kilometers per hour. Low mileage. Do you believe low mileage? For 600 euros, it's fake, you know. It's not low mileage. They just turn the mileage back, you know. You cannot find the Aprilia SR for 600 euro and low mileage. It costs like 10 times as much new, more than 10 times. No, around 10 times maybe as much. Моля.
Не може седне тук.
Седне. No, that, you know, you can change it very easily. You can just change you can change the whole chip, you know, the controllers and everything, and it will just be as new.
Може ли тому разу 2-3 лева моля ви се?
Не, няма.
Моля ви се много да се пребера с таксиче.
Не, няма. So he first asked me for a cigarette, and then he asked if he could sit here, and then he started asking me for money. And then he left, you know, he asked me, can I sit here? I said, yes, sit here. And, you know, he said like 10 seconds, and then, can you give me some money? You know, I want to go home with a cab. Told him no, and then he left. He didn't look like a beggar at first, you know, so that's why I gave him a cigarette. You know, normally I don't give them. No, he didn't ask me about my phone. I thought that he might, you know, want to try to rob me or something, but, you know, I would have kicked his ass. Because he was pretty small, you know. But I thought he might try to grab the phone or something, so I was ready to like kick his ass. And he was like begging me, you know. I told him no, I don't have money, and then he's like, please, can I just get 2-3 lira, please? I hate that very much, you know. Because sometimes I have given to them and they never say thank you, you know. The moment you give them the money, they just look away, and that annoys me really much, you know. When I give them money, they just look away, you know. I give them the money and I look at them, you know, to expect maybe a thank you or something, and they just look away, you know, take the money and look away, and that kind of pisses me off, so I stopped giving to them, you know. Else, you know, I have sympathy for them and things like that, but you know, some of them are idiots, you know. This guy was an idiot too. I give them a little bit, you know. They start asking me for a cigarette, and the moment I give them a cigarette, can I have a little money too, you know. And that annoys me a lot, you know, when they do that. So I stopped giving them cigarettes too, because I used to, when somebody asks for a cigarette, I always give them, but I stopped giving them because what happened is every time they ask me for a cigarette and I give it to them, do you also have a little bit of money, you know, please? And, you know, so I stopped giving them cigarettes too, because, you know, when I give them a cigarette, they tape onto you, you know, and try to get more and more. If you give sometimes you give them, if you think, maybe one time I gave a cigarette, he wanted money afterwards, I gave him money, and then he asked me, do you have more money, please? More? Can you give me a little bit more? I gave him a cigarette, I gave him money, and he asked, can I have a little bit of more money, please? I think he was like maybe around 18 or something like that. But he didn't look like a beggar, you know. But when he told me, can I sit here, you know, also and smoke the cigarette, then I knew something was not right, you know. I thought he would probably try to rob me or something like that, you know. But it would be a big mistake from his side, because, you know, I would have kicked his ass. Maybe that's what he wanted also, you know, thinking that he could grab the phone, but then he looked good at me, took a good look at me, and thought that maybe it's not a good idea, you know, because I don't look like someone, you know, you can rob easily. I'm not I'm not a fighter or anything, but, you know, my looks, maybe I look a little bit like a fighter, you know. So also, I have trained Wing Chun for some time, you know. So I know a little bit of Wing Chun also. Wing Chun is a very good fighting sport, you know, because you don't have to have that much power. You use the opponent's power against him. It was actually invented by two nuns, so two girls invented this Wing Chun, and it has this way where you use the opponent's power against him, and the harder he hits you, you turn his power against him, you know. So the stronger he is, the stronger you become, you know. The harder he hits you, the harder your punches become back at him, you know. It has this elastic way of fighting. The asphalt temperature challenge. It's pretty cold right now, so it wouldn't be that bad, you know. He would just cool off. Yeah, it's not a bad idea to get a pepper spray, or as they call it, you know, in these streaming communities, they actually call it a content spray. They call the pepper spray content spray, because it's always content, you know. When you use it, it creates content, you know. When you spray somebody, it's pretty funny, and it creates a lot of content, you know. But with the spray, you know, if you spray the wrong guy, you're gonna piss him off more, you know, and I'm actually surprised, you know. I have seen these live streamers and they pepper spray people and people back off, you know. I know some people, or I believe some people, you know, they will get really mad at being sprayed and they will kick your ass even more, you know. So the pepper spray, it kind of shows that you are weak, you know. You take up and you spray them, so you are afraid to fight, you know. When you spray somebody, you show them you are afraid to fight, and if you spray a fighter, he will kick your ass, I think, so it's not always a good idea. I've had pepper spray, so I, you know, I also I have some kind of pepper weapon, I don't want to explain exactly what it is, I'm not having it on me right now, but I have a kind of pepper weapon, but I, it's sometimes it can save you, but I think you can manage without it in most cases, if if it comes down to a fight, you're gonna, if you have the pepper spray, you're gonna provoke a fight much earlier. You can make it not a fight without the pepper spray. If you have the pepper spray, you're gonna spray somebody and he's gonna kick your ass. So if you have the pepper spray and somebody starts threatening you, you're gonna take the pepper spray up, and you might put yourself in a bigger trouble. Or if they are a group and you take the pepper spray up, you might get your ass kicked really bad and get sprayed, with your own pepper spray. And also you can spray yourself with the pepper spray if the wind is against you. What will you do? Not spray him. You will spray him anyway and you will get sprayed yourself. So it's not really an ideal weapon, I should get one just for the content, to have a content spray. But the smartest thing is to use it on somebody that's weaker than you. If you use it on somebody that's stronger than you, you're gonna piss him off and he might kick your ass, even worse. So when you use it on someone weaker than you, you might as well not use it. You can handle without the pepper spray. Yeah, that's the thing. There are plenty of videos, people getting pepper spray, and if you're like one guy and you pepper spray 4 people, they're gonna kick your ass really bad. They're gonna be really mad afterwards after you pepper spray them. So it could get you in much worse problems, the pepper spray. Some things you could handle with words, but you like, I have a pepper spray, let me take it out, and then you're gonna get your ass kicked, even worse. For example, at the protests, if I get in some fight and I pepper spray, a group of people, I'm gonna get my ass kicked much worse afterwards. Yeah, not that you would warn him, but you might not hit him properly because it might be windy and you hit him a little bit only, or there are a couple of people, you hit 1, 2 of them, and the other ones you don't hit them, or you spray, there's no more spray left or something like that, and then you're gonna be scared because you took the spray up, and that means you cannot fight. You took the spray up to protect you, and you're kind of showing them that you are a pussy, because you're spraying them with. It's a kind of a pussy move. You show that you are not able to fight. You need this pepper spray weapon. So people are not gonna be scared to kick your ass. If you stand your ground, and act tough, they will be more scared because, maybe you can fight, maybe you can't fight. But if you take the pepper spray up, then you're telling them, I cannot fight, so I'm using this weapon, I hope it protects me. And if the weapon doesn't work, then you're getting your ass kicked, I have seen some people, you know, they want some of the streamers, they walk around with a pepper spray, and when somebody, they start an argument with somebody, and he starts to, for example, to threaten them, and then they take the pepper spray up and tell him, stand back or I spray you, you know. And I'm surprised that it works, because it actually works in most of the cases, but they just haven't met the right guy, you know. They're gonna meet the right guy at some point, and they're gonna get their ass kicked, you know, really bad. Yeah, but they might kill you for it, you know. They might stomp your head, for example. Pepper spray somebody, and they manage to hold on to you, you know, or something like that, and they might stomp your head for you spraying them, because usually with the pepper spray, you know, you're not gonna wait to the fight. You're gonna spray them, you know, often before they hit you. So you are actually the aggressor. You are initiating the fight. It's gonna be like that most of the time. You're gonna initiate the fight. So you're gonna be the aggressor. They're gonna be defending themselves, and they're gonna stomp your head for it. So it's sometimes, you know, bringing a weapon could be more dangerous. You know, if you're not going to kill them, then taking up a weapon like that, it could end worse off for you. If you have a gun, maybe, you know. But I've even got my ass kicked with a gun, you know. So I know what I'm talking about, you know. So once upon a time, many years ago, at Sunny Beach, I had this gas gun. You know, I had a gas gun. I don't know if you know what it is. It's basically a gun. It looks like a real gun. It works like a real gun. It has like real bullets, but they don't have the tip, you know, so they can kill you. Instead, you know, they shoot gas, they shoot tear gas out of them, but it's real bullets. You know, it has 10 bullets, and every bullet you shoot, when you shoot it, it shoots like a real bullet. It says bang, you know, like a real, there's fire, you know, out of the gun. It looks like a real bullet, but there comes gas out of it. So at Sunny Beach, you know, one time there was this group of people, and they were like eight of them. They were younger than us. We were 3 people. They were like 8 people, and I'm very, very drunk. I'm totally drunk. I have drunk a whole bottle of alcohol, and they were with one girl. So I walk up to that girl and I start flirting with her, and one of them tells me, keep moving, you idiot. Not idiot, but just say, keep moving. But he said it in kind of this in this derogatory tone, and I was really drunk, and I got really pissed off, and I had this gun on me. So what do? You know, I think I'm this big gangster, you know, I'm walking around with this gun, you know. And they were younger than us. They were like 19, 20, and we were like 26, 7 or something like that. They were 8, we were 3, and I'm the only one with this gun, you know. So he tells me, keep moving, like in kind of this manner. If I don't keep moving, they're gonna kick my ass or something. So I'm like, what? You talking to me? You talking to me like that? And I just took up the gun, you know, and I was thinking like, you know, I was in my head, it was like, I'm taking up the gun, you know, and they're like, everybody's like, no, please, don't shoot me, you know, please. It looks like a real, you cannot distinguish it from a real gun, you know. So I take out the gun, and I load it. And I'm thinking, like, now they're gonna be like crying little babies. And what happened? I took out the gun and I loaded it. And the moment I loaded it, they were like 1 meter in front of me. They were a little wild. And one of the guys, he just jumped, he just jumped and he grabbed my hand. He grabbed my hand. Let me show you. So I took up the gun. I wasn't pointing it at them yet. I took it up. I loaded it so they could see the bullet, come up in it. And I was about to turn it. And the guy jumps up and he catches me like that. He catches my arm like that. And he pushes me down while still holding my arm, And I'm lying on the ground and this guy is holding my hand, lying on top of me. And they start hitting me in my head, these guys. And then I started shooting with the gun just to scare them, I tried. He's holding my hand, so I'm just shooting. I'm not shooting at them because he's holding my hand. So I'm just shooting to try to scare them. And they keep hitting my head and things like that. And suddenly my friends come. They push this guy off of me. And it was so crazy. They pushed this guy off of me, and the guys just jumped everybody, and it became this big fight, And at that point, I'm not shooting because they kept jumping on me and catching my arm, And at some point, we get split up from the fight, and we start walking away, Somehow we managed to push them off of us. But the fight wasn't ended, but we managed to push them off of us. And we keep walking, and they are after us, Even though I have this gun, they're not even sure that it's a gas gun, maybe, I don't know. But they're walking after us to beat us up, And we're walking away, and I start shooting after them. I start shooting after them, but not directly at them, I start shooting so the gas hopefully hits them, but I'm not shooting directly at them, so they're not sure if it. I don't want for them to be sure if it's a real gun or not a real gun. And suddenly they had run up on the side in the bushes. There was some bushes, so they had run up on me on the side. And somebody jumps out from the bushes, and they catch me again. He jumps up on me and catches my arm again, and suddenly I'm on the ground again with the gun and start shooting in the air. And my friends too are also on the ground, so they jumped everybody, And we're all on the ground, and suddenly, I see around me. While I'm lying down, I see 3 people coming to my head, and I'm like, fuck, they're gonna stomp my head now. And I thought they were gonna stomp my head, so what I did was, he was holding my hand, but I could move it a little bit, and I actually tried to shoot him in the head, I turned it against his head, and I pressed, but it didn't go off, it just said click, click, and I see these 3 people coming towards my head. So I just took the gun like this, and I just threw it as hard as I could. I threw it. And what happened, these 3 guys, they all started running after the gun, and I managed to push this guy off, and we managed to run off. So it was pretty crazy, Then the police came. They even called the police, and they stole my wallet, my mobile phone, and my gun, and they called the police. It was pretty funny. So, but I ended up, becoming friends with that guy, the main guy that jumped me. Me and him, we ended up in the police station, and I actually saved his ass in there because they were about to charge him for a lot of things. And I kind of saved his ass, and we became a little bit friends there, and, no hard feelings. It was pretty funny after all. But that's Sunny Beach, What happens in Sunny Beach, and the police never wrote a report about it. it just never happened, you know, it never happened. Police just let us go together, hand in hand, me and him. He gave me his phone number, and it was pretty funny. Typical sunny beach memories. But I never got the gun back. One of his friends took the gun, and I never saw the gun again, you know. I'm actually glad because I didn't think, but when I pointed at his head and it clicked, you know, if it has shot, you know, he might had get hurt seriously. So it was pretty good that it didn't happen, you know, because I would be in a lot of trouble afterwards. So it's good nothing happened, you know, to anybody. But there is also this saying, you know, rather be in jail than at the hospital. So better to be in jail than to be in a grave, you know. I'm almost sure I know where your friend went. I'm almost sure I know this place, you know, where your friends went. There is this place, you know, they when you walk in Sunny Beach, they tell you, come, some cute girls, come, we drive you to this bar. They put you in a bus and they drive you to this bar, and it's actually a mafia bar. And when they get you inside, you know, they more or less rob you, you know. There is this bar. It's owned by them. It's not normal here, you know. In Czechoslovakia, and last time I was in Sunny Beach, I met with some Danish friends, and the girls, they come up to us, come with us to this bar, you know, we have a bus here, we drive you there. And I told them, no, we're not going there, you know, they're gonna cheat us. And my friends is like, fuck it, man, come, let's go, let's see. And I'm like, okay, if that's what you want, you know, you're paying, you know, I don't care. They were paying because they had a lot more money. And we went there. They didn't cheat us, but it was very close because we were standing at the bar and we had ordered drinks and we were drinking. And suddenly, you know, one of the girls, she comes up, you know, and we were 3 people, and she put 3 drinks next to us. Here you go. And another comes up and puts 3 more drinks. Here you go. We only paid for 3 drinks. And suddenly, you know, 2 different service girls, you know, waiters, two different waiters come up, and each of them leave additional 3 drinks. And my friends, they are pretty smart, so they caught on to it. They said, we're not touching these drinks, So we didn't touch the drinks, and nothing happened. But it seemed like they were giving us free drinks, but if we had touched the drinks, then we would have got like 150 lever. They would tell us these drinks are very expensive, you have to pay for them. But they just put them on our table and said, here you go. They didn't say anything. They just here are 3 drinks more, and here are 3 drinks more. But we already paid for these 3 drinks, that we had bought, But if we had touched these other drinks, they were already served in cups, They were served for us here in cups. But if you touch them, you have to pay for them, apparently. And they were in that bar. It's really big gorillas, They're like really big, They're just scary, and you can just when we were leaving, they're like, "Where are you going so quickly?" And they're like 5 gorillas. They don't really want to let us go out, They're kind of blocking the entrance, and like, "Where are you going? Stay a little bit more." Try to intimidate us, to stay a little bit more, But we're like, no, we're going. Yeah, it is this bar, it was, it's 100% this bar. It's not close to any of the other bars. It's a little bit away from the other bars, and they usually boss people in, And it was owned by one of the biggest mafia bosses in Bulgaria. He built this bar, and and when he died, it's still some mafia that owns it, and it's a really, really mafia bar in Sunny Beach, and you should just stay away from it. There are no real guests, There are a couple of people dancing, but they are all hired by the bar, It's a pure, mafia thing, Generally, when you are traveling, you should avoid, people that want to people that come up and talk to you and want you to come with them or to show you a nice bar or something like that. You should just never do it, It's always a scam, Nobody comes up to you like that and asks you. They always try to scam you somehow. So if you're traveling and somebody comes up to you and let me show you a nice bar right here, just say no and go away, When I was in Czechoslovakia, in Prague, it was the same. This black guy, they had even hired, a black guy, very sympathetic black guy, Yo, guys, man, you want some strippers? You want some girls? Come, I show you a really nice bar, And you take your defense down because he's black, he's not a Czechoslovakian gangster, because he's an African, he's an African, so you think, wow, he's a foreigner too, so he seems pretty cool. So we went there, and when we get to the strip bar, you have to pay entry fee, and they give you a ticket, they give you a ticket when you go in. It's a very small place, give you a ticket, and they tell you, give the ticket to the bar and you get 1 free beer, and you can see on the ticket it says 1 free beer. But also on the ticket it says you must have this ticket to exit this bar. If you do not have this ticket, you have to pay, it was like 700 euro to get out of the bar. And that's something they legally do in Czechoslovakia. I have even seen documentaries with people that get almost jailed in these bars. They are not allowed to leave. So we go in, but we are 10 people, and some of them are really big, the people I was with in Prague. And in this bar, we all give we all give this card to get free beer, and they all give it back to us after we get the free beer, except two of them. They don't give it back to two of them. They just don't give it back, you know. They hear your free beer, and he just takes the free beer, you know. And we start reading, and it says, if you don't have this, you know, you have to pay to get out of the bar. And it's a very small bar. There's no reason. We were the only people there. There's no reason for this, you know. It's only to scam you. So after we were there, two of them, they slept with prostitutes, and we start leaving, and they don't have their ticket, you know. So we start going out, and this guy, you know, the bodyguard, when we try to go out, he stands in front of the door, and then a couple of more comes over, and they say, where are your tickets? We need to see them. And we show them, you know, and two of us, they don't have the ticket anymore because the bar took their tickets. And so you have to pay now €700 per person to exit the bar. There's an exit fee. If you don't have this ticket, you have to pay an exit fee from the bar, €700. But we were like 10 people, so, and some of them were really big, so we know, fuck you, we were not paying anything. We started pushing them. It almost came to a fight, but, you know, they let us go because we were too many. But a lot of people get trapped inside these bars. I've even seen documentaries, a journalist with a hidden camera, and he's so scared, you know, he's really scared. They don't let him go out. They want him to pay €700. And he ended up giving them all his money, you know, to get out of this bar. Even while he's in the bar, the police comes in, and he's too scared to say anything to the police. The police sometimes go into these bars to check if there's any trapped people inside, because they know that these bars, they jail people, you know, they jail people in the bar. If they don't pay the exit fee, you get locked in the bar and you cannot exit until you pay. It's pretty crazy in Prague, they do this shit. Yeah, exit fee, €700. And, you know, in the end, you know, if you only have €300, they will probably let you go, you know, but they will take all your money. They will show what you have in your pockets. And that journalist, he was there for like 3 hours, you know. He was walking around trying to get out. They would not let him out. They were like, do you have any bank cards? And no, I don't have anything. So he just sat in there for like 3 hours. And in the end, I think he gave them all his money. He had like half of what they wanted or something like that, but they just let him go after 3 hours. But they jail you in the bar, you know, they don't let you go. They have an exit fee for the bar. And they, you know, they tell you, they write it down in some paper, so it's technically it's legal, you know, you were informed, but you often don't see it or notice it, you know. Yeah, but if you only have 30, 50, they are coming with you to the hotel, you know, to or they are coming with you to the ATM, you know. I have seen others where they go to them to the ATM, you know. It also depends on you, you know. If you are kind of a street smart person, you might get away, you know. But if you are a normal person, they will scare the shit out of you. They will not hit you, you know, because they might get in trouble. But, you know, they are really big, you know, and they are really evil looking. And if you're not street smart, you know, they're gonna scare the shit craps out of you, and you're gonna be really scared, you know, mafia and things like that. And they're basically gonna scare you, you know, into submission. That's how they do it. They just scare you. They don't physically touch you. They don't have to, you know. They are so scary, you know, that they don't even need to touch you. You know, 99% of people, you know, they will just pay what they have to, you know. They will scare. Trust me, you know, they know how to scare you. They will just scare you without even touching you. You will be scared for your life, you know. Yeah, I know in Colombia they do with that scopolamine. Yeah, I have seen these documentaries. They also do that in Prague, you know. But I think that's other cases, you know. I don't think that's connected to these bars, you know, because you might tell the police afterwards, and they might raid them and things like that. So that's more something they would send a girl to do in some normal discotheque, and get you out, and then they will do this. But there are these strip bars in Prague. You have to be very careful where a guy tells you, a very good strip bar, and it's actually a jail cell. When you come in, they write it somewhere. You don't see it, but it is written, so it is technically legal. There is an exit fee to get out of this. Sometimes it's free to come in. It's free. But there is an exit fee, very high exit fee, and you don't see it when you go in. But when you try to go out, they tell you, but didn't you read this? It was advertised for you. You have to pay 700 euro as an exit fee to get out of this bar. Yeah, I think it was wise, yeah. There's a couple of them that have made these about Prague. But it was good for us that we were a lot of people, it was with this school, and it was all big guys. Most of them were Arabs, big Arabs that had trained, But if you're just like two guys, traveling, two professionals traveling to Prague, and you're looking for some hookers, and they get you in there, they will scare the shit out of you. You will not dare to just leave. Normally they don't even stand, because we were a lot of people and we were just walking out, so they came, like a couple of people tried to block the door, but normally they don't even need to. They just tell you, they just sit and tell you no. In the Vice documentary, the guy just tells him, no, you cannot go out. And he's a really big guy, and he doesn't even have to block you. He just intimidates you so much that you are scared. He scares you without any physical things. A lot of people get scared by this. If this big scary guy is like telling you, no, you cannot get out, and you're scared to just walk out. Actually, if you just walk out with full force, he might not even do anything, because then he would be asserting violence to you, and you could call the police. But he just says, no, you cannot get out, and you're just scared. He says it in such a way, that it scares you. The documentary is pretty fun. You see the guy tries to get out, and the guy's just saying no, and the guy from the documentary, he's so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm afraid to go out. They're gonna do something, and even while he's there, suddenly the police storm the place. They come from time to time, because they know, there are reports that people are being held captive inside. So the police come in, they tell him, are you okay? And the guy thinks, he says afterwards, I thought, the police are part of it, so I'm scared to even tell the police, all the bodyguards are looking at him. And he's like scared to even tell the police, help, I'm being held captive. He doesn't dare to do it. He's too scared of these mafia guys. They didn't even let a hand on him. They just know you cannot go out. And he's so scared. It's pretty funny. Probably if you look for something related to Prague and strip clubs, scam, or something like that. You might find it. And we were in exactly one of these bars. But fortunately, you know, we were a big group, and we just walked out. You know, they tried to stop us, but people we just pushed them, you know, and what the fuck are you talking about? And we just went out, you know, and that was it, you know. And that's what you had to do, you know, just walk out. They will tell you, you know, no, you cannot go out, no, and they will just scream, no. But they will not touch you, you know, physically. And but you are scared because they are really big, you know, they are really evil looking, and you know, they have a really asserting kind of stance, you know. No, you're not standing like a policeman. No, you're not going out. You have to pay first. Hey, mouth diver. You know, it's not good to be a muff diver, you know. It's women, they don't like muff divers. So if you're going down on women, you're doing it wrong, brother. Women, they like to be mouth fucked, you know. They don't like men that go down on them. Women, they like to be mouth fucked, you know. What makes a woman's pussy wet, you know. When you mouth fuck her, it makes her pussy really wet. But when you go down on them, it makes the pussy really dry, you know. No. You should never reciprocate, you know. If you do that, you are losing, you know. You are losing you are becoming below her. So if you want to keep the balance right, you know, and you are the boss, you know, you should never reciprocate, you know. You should never reciprocate. Never ever, you know, not even one time, you know. For me, my most successful relationships was where I never reciprocated, you know. They only sucked my dick, I only fucked their mouth hard, you know, and they're like, wow, I really like when you fuck in my mouth, you know. It turns me so much on. And I never went down on them, you know. And they really like to get mouth fucked. But if you go down on them even once, you know, you're kind of becoming a beta male, you know. I fucked a lot of pussy, man. You think you fucked more than me? You really think you fucked more than me, boy? I fucked them out, man. No licking pussy here. If you're licking pussy, you're doing it wrong, okay? I'm telling you. Have you ever had a successful relationship with a girl where you licked her pussy? No, you haven't. You're not with that girl, you know. She left you. If you licked her pussy, she left you. If you're fucking her mouth, it's always you that's gonna leave her, you know. And that's how it is, you know. That's not something that we can discuss here. So you don't know, you know. So, for example, imagine like the opposite, you know, you're lying down and a woman comes up on your head and starts fucking your mouth, you know. Imagine a woman, you know, she pushes you down and she just comes up on you with her legs and starts fucking your mouth with her pussy. Now, can you imagine what a hard on you would get from that? You would get so hard from it that you've never gotten so hard by her fucking you, and she's just fucking you wild and just coming, and just after she fucks your mouth with her pussy, she just stands up and tells you and just that was so nice, and just leaves, you know. Who's in control there? She will be totally in control of you, you know, and you will just hunt her, you know, you will just go hunting for her, and oh, your heart will just be forever hers, you know, because she fucked your mouth. And it's the same now, it's the same if you do it now. If you fuck her mouth, it's the same. She's gonna get so wet, you know. She have never experienced so wet. Have you seen when girls get fucked their mouth, they start moving their legs, you know, and it's actually because their pussy is getting so hot, you know. They have never experienced such a feeling, you know. The pussy gets, it's almost exploding, you know, when they get mouth fucked. When they get, you know, they get really wet from it, and they start to love you. They immediately fall in love with you, you know. When you fuck them out like you don't care, you know, they immediately fall in love with you. I'm telling you, the same second you fuck them out, they're like in love with you. They're completely in love with you. Not if you go down on them afterwards. You should never go down. Never do it. Just fuck their mouth and fuck them, and that's it. You know, come in their mouth. Always come in their mouth. You know, never take it out and come on their body or some. That's so beta, you know. Always come in their mouth, you know. So normally lefties, that's the problem with lefties. They're too soft with women, you know. I'm a leftist, you know, but I know how to treat women proper, you know, proper. And leftists usually, they're too soft with women, and that's a problem that needs to be addressed in the leftist community, you know. It cannot go on like this, you know. They're being beta males and beta cocked, you know. Most of the lefties, you know, they're like betas when it comes to women. They can, you know, they can be the craziest Antifa fighters, burning down whole cities. But when it comes to women, you know, they're big betas, you know. But so that's a problem that needs to be addressed in the leftist community, you know. It's not a problem fingering her as you know, but you should realize that the sex is about you, you know. It's not about her, you know. It's not about satisfying her. She will not be satisfied by you satisfying her. You know, if you satisfy a girl, she will find another man that just fucks her for his sake, you know. You have to fuck her for you, not for her. You know, if you are satisfying her all the time, you know, then she will find some tough guy that will just fuck her, you know, and satisfy himself and not her. You know, that's what they are burning after. That's where their desire is, you know. Actually, you know, it shows that you are actually alpha if you let another man, if you do it right, maybe it isn't a problem, you know, to let another man fuck your girl, you know. You could do it in an alpha way. You know, it kind of shows alpha. Come here, but you have to be the one to initiate it, not her. You have to be like, my friend, he needs to fuck you, you know, come here. And do it that way, you know. It has to be some crazy fucker, and you let him fuck her, you know, and then you just use her afterwards to come to you use, for example, your friend to satisfy her, and then you just satisfy yourself in her afterwards, you know. That's alpha. That's that's mega alpha, you know. Yeah, I'm actually next to the pillar right now. So I know a lot of you are beta boys out there, you know, like that guy Muff Diver, you know, diving muffs. That's a very bad idea, you know. Even to have your name, you know, Muff Diver. I like to lick pussy. That's so weak, you know. That's very beta. That's a very beta attitude towards women, you know. They will never fall in love with a muff diver, you know. Never, you know. That's the problem, you know. You need to never dive muffs. They are not for diving, you know. She's there to satisfy you, not you to satisfy her, you know. I just have to take a quick piss, guys. 1 second. Why do we have to make it about communism again, you know? So you think it's sexist, you know? So tell me, have you had any relationship? You are not in a relationship right now, are you? For me, you think that the girl cares about equality? You think that the girl will stay for you for equality? You know, I'm staying with my boyfriend because he treats everybody with equality. You know, the girls don't give a fuck about equality. So I actually think relationships is a bad idea. Because relationships, they make you weak, you know. And, you know, I'm not really into all this alpha male shit. I don't really care about alpha maleism and being a big alpha or something like that. But, so it's not from that point of view, you know, that you have to always be a man. And, you know, I don't give a fuck about that, but they kind of kill your spirit, you know. If you're in a long relationship, you become less of a man. And I'm not meaning that you have to be a big alpha male or anything, but you just become less of you and more of her. And girls, they take control, you know. The longer you are in a relationship, you know, they will eventually take control of the relationship, and you will be the weak one and she will be the strong one. So in fact, you know, you become the woman in the relationship and she becomes the man in the end, you know. the longer you are in a relationship, you know, you become more the woman, you know, the weak part, and she becomes the strong part. She can handle without you, without any problem, you know. If she don't feel she needs you as much as you feel you need her, so you become, in the start you might be the strong part, but as the years go by, you know, you need her more than she needs you, and it becomes obvious, you know, and you become the weak part. You start becoming jealous of her and things like that, because you are the weak, you become the weak part, you know. She's not jealous of you, you know, you can do whatever you want, she don't care, but you're jealous of her, you know, so you become the weak part in the relationship. You should not show this thing to your girl, because it will actually make her resent you more, because she will see a real, you know, alpha male, and she will realize, you know, that she has a beta around her, you know. It will make it all more. It's not good to show this to a woman, you know. You should just keep it for yourself and use this information, you know, to improve your life. But don't show them and think that this will help your case in any way, you know. It will make things worse for you. Yes, yeah, I'm really sorry for you, Sean. I feel sad for you, kind of, you know, because I can already feel it. Like, she has the power, you know. You think like you're equal, you know, but she knows it, and you might not know it, you know, completely. But you know, you can feel, when I'm telling you this, you can feel a little bit that you are the weaker part in the relationship. She is the stronger part in this relationship. You shouldn't be watching this with your girl, you know, it's not good. They should not know this kind of information, you know. It should be between men, you know, something some males can use, you know. Not all males are ready for this information, but it should be this kind of Illuminati, you know, for the men. She will tell all her friends about this, so it's not good that, you know, they will learn, you know, they will become better. So this kind of secret information we're talking for men only, you know. You shouldn't bring the girls into this secret, you know, society. So I bet. So I already know, you know. I already know it. I know the answer, you know. You don't have to answer this, but I'm 100% sure, you know, I'm 100% sure you never came in her mouth, you know. You never experienced, you know, how good it is to come in a woman's mouth. You've never tried it, probably. Maybe you have tried, but you haven't tried it with your girlfriend, you know. You never come in her mouth. You're not alpha enough to just spray it in her mouth, you know. And, you know, that's a big problem for you, you know, because you like her, you know, you don't want to do that to her, you know. You don't want to do this to her. You like her too much, you know. You have a heart for her, you know. Your heart, you know. How can you just spray in her mouth, you know? It's not nice, you know. She has to get something from it also, you know. And you know, it puts you in this situation where you're kind of, you know, you're kind of the woman in the relationship, you know. It's more about her than it's about you. So how can you be a man, you know, if it's more about her than about you? You know, so you become the woman. You want to pleasure her. You want to keep her happy. You want, you know, many men nowadays, they think that's the way you have a relationship. You know, you work for the woman, and the woman is just the queen. You know, she's the queen, and you have to do everything for her. You know, but women, they are not brought up for this, you know. They're not made for this, you know. They are made. I don't want to sound male chauvinistic, because I'm actually not a chauvinist at all. I don't hate women, and I believe, you know, in women's rights even and things like that. So it's not from a chauvinistic point of view, but she is made kind of to serve you, not in a bad way, you know. She is made to make you happy, if you can understand what I mean. So some people that have these kind of things, they have it in a negative fashion, you know. They hate women, you know. They're like evil to women and things like that. I'm not like that at all, you know. I'm very good to them, you know, in a way that they like, you know. They don't know they like it, or they don't say they like it like that, you know. But I know what they like, you know. I know what makes them feel good, you know, what makes them feel complete, you know, when she don't have to think, you know, about her being satisfied. When it's about you, you know, she has it good in her heart, you know. When she's doing something good for you, it makes her feel complete in some way. You know, it's very strange to explain, because I don't understand why it happens completely myself. But when she's, you know, doing good things for you, that makes her a complete woman, you know. She feels that she is on earth for a reason. She finds a meaning with life, you know, and not in some kind of forceful way, like you're evil to her or you're talking bad to her. Not at all, you know. It's a love you show. You show it in a good way, you know. It's hard to explain, you know, because many people, when they're not into this, you know, if they try it, they will become negative about it. They will do it in some negative way. And it's not about negativity or being bad to her or yelling at her. Never yell at a woman, you know. You should never fight or yell with a woman. Some people think, you know, they're fighting with the woman and think now they are alpha males. It's not what I'm advocating at all. You should never fight, yell, or raise your voice at a woman, you know. Then you're doing it wrong. Then you're a beta male, actually. Then you're more beta than even your way of doing things, you know. Start yelling, and then you're even more beta, you know. It's a little hard to explain, so. So imagine that you are Tom Cruise. Okay, imagine that you are Tom Cruise. How would he handle a woman? So he would just lay down, and women would come and suck his dick, you know, and be happy with that. You know, so imagine Tom Cruise, you know, he don't yell at women. You know, he has thousands of women running around him. And that's kind of the mindset here I'm talking about, you know. This kind of Tom Cruise mindset, you know. He's an alpha male, Tom Cruise. But he's not in a negative way, you know. He's not in any way negative to women. He's not abusing women. Should never abuse a woman, you know, at all. That's where most people, they would misunderstand this. And some people, you know, if they try to effectuate this without understanding it, they would turn it into some kind of abuse of the woman. So most men are not ready for this, you know. This is a really blue pill or red pill or whatever you... And most people are not ready to hear this, you know. And they should not. Actually, I'm kind of stupid for talking to you about this, because I'm pretty sure you guys, you're not ready for this kind of information, because at most, you know, you will turn it to some kind of negative abuse to women, and I'm a strong advocate of women's rights, actually, and I'm alpha enough, you know, to be a strong supporter for women's rights and equality and things like that. This has nothing to do with that, you know. I'm talking about in the bed here. I'm talking only about in the bed, when you're in the bed with the woman, you know. Then it's about you. It's not about her. When you get out of the bed, you go clean the house, you know. I'm not talking about that the woman should clean the house and you should do nothing. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm just talking about in the bed. So it's only about in the bed here. In the bed, it's about you. So afterwards, you can go clean the house, and you can go cook her some food and things like that. But when you go to the bed, then it's coming in her mouth, and it's only about you, you know. If she wants to go be happy too, she can go out in the bathroom afterwards with the shower and finish herself off, you know. But the bedroom, that's about you. Yeah, so you have been, Sean, you have been completely feminized, you know. It's all about her, you know. She works, you don't work, and in bed, you know, it's about her. So if she works and you're staying home and being the housewife, it's even more important that you be the alpha in bed, and it's only about you, because she will get tired from this kind of situation where she works and you don't work, and in the bed it's only about her. So you become fully feminized in her eyes. So it's even more important, you know, that you take some advice from this, what I'm saying here, that in bed, it's kind of late with this woman. You cannot just change it up like that. It won't work, you know. But when she leaves you eventually, you know this for your next, you know, for your next woman. If you start changing it up, it will go wrong. So don't try this at home, you know, with this girl. Yes, that's the problem, you know. But guess what? She's been around for 5 years, you know. That's what you said. She's been around for 5 years. You didn't expect that, you know, because she's higher than you, you know, and you're happy that she's been around for 5 years. She's not as happy that you have been around for 5 years. She knows you will be around. You know, she knows your place in the hierarchy. You know, you are happy that she has been around for 5 years. That's what makes you happy, you know. You know she might leave you eventually. You're pretty sure, you know. And that's what I mean, you know. She's in control of the relationship, and you are more or less, you know. He's talking about you, Sean. You're the one that doesn't understand. But it doesn't matter, you know. People are. She's laughing, you know. You think she's laughing with you, you know, but she's actually laughing because, you know, she knows I'm right, and I'm hitting like, it's like I'm shooting like, and she knows it, and that's why she's laughing, you know. You're kind of mistaking her laugh because you think she thinks this is comedy, you know. But actually, you know, she knows what I'm saying is right, and but I'm kind of gonna ruin your relationship, so it's not really what I want, you know. Just wanted to give my perspective on things. I know you guys would think it was funny, so I'm kind of afraid that I've already ruined your relationship. No, I'm just kidding, Sean. Just keep doing what you're doing. You are a very good man, and you are a great man. You know, I love people like you, and women love people like you. You are a perfect man. You know, that's really great. You know, you are the role model of man. You know, actually, what I was saying, I was just kidding. You know, all along, it's not true. I was just joking around because I know you people are laughing at it. It's just all fake, you know. Everything I said, just forget it, you know. It was just forget what I said, you know. I just read it somewhere, and I was just joking around. It's not true, you know. Everything I said, you know, it's actually what you're doing is the correct thing, and I'm just fucking around, you know, for YouTube. It's all lies, you know. It's all because I'm drunk, you know. I was just making fun, you know. Don't try any of that at home. It will never get you anywhere in life, you know, or with any girl, you know. It's just not true, you know. I want you to keep going like you're doing. Actually, you're doing a very good thing, you know, Sean. You are a very good man, I think. And if I was a woman, I would be very happy with you, and I would stay with you forever. You know, you are a very good man, Sean. You're just the perfect man. You know, I would wish every woman can have a man like you. You know, you are such a good man, Sean. I think you're amazing to your girlfriend, and I hope you have the baby, and you stay together forever. You know, that is the dream. You know, for a man. You know. Ferguson. I don't know what Ferguson is. Is that tennis player or what? No, I've never been in the U.S. I don't know if the U.S. will ever let me in America. Because you know, in America you have to give your social media, accounts to get into the US. And I talk a lot about America, and I don't really like America. You know, I like a lot about America, but I don't like America as a whole. You know, foreign politically, they go to all these wars and things like that. So I've written a lot of things about America on some of my social media accounts, and they probably wouldn't let me in, you know. I would join the Antifa if I was in America. I would join the Antifa. We would take down Portland. We will make a new jazz. Yeah, America, land of the free, man. You cannot even drink in public. And people are so scared of drinking in public, and it's so funny, you know. Land of the free. There's like no freedom in America. You have the free to spend money. You have the freedom to spend money. But America is like a third world country, basically, you know. America, Edward Norton. You mean not Edward Norton. You mean that guy who's in Russia right now. What is he called? Not Edward Norton. Who the fuck is Edward Norton? You got it wrong. But yeah, I'm with Julian Assange and Edward Norton. Julian Assange, Edward Snowden. Yes, I actually believe that. You know, they cannot be trusted completely, these guys, because there is a lot of shady stuff around them. But you know, I like them as a whole, but I'm also a little bit cautious about them, because they might be plans, they might be deep state plans, and I don't trust them completely, these two. No, I'm not gonna stream at home. I'm gonna end the stream in a little while. No, I don't. I've never been diagnosed with autism, but I might be a little bit autistic. I might be a little bit on the scale. I don't know, but I've never been diagnosed with any kind of autism or things like that. But most people are a little bit autistic these days. Most people are somewhere in the scale of autism. So I might be a little bit, very little bit autistic. But I don't consider myself an autist. But now that I have seen other autistic people, like Ice Poseidon, I can recognize some of the things, in him with me also. So if I self-diagnose myself, I might be a little bit autistic, but I've never been diagnosed, or there's never been any question if I've been autistic. I've never heard from anybody. I've never heard anybody call me autistic or anything. But now that I have seen a lot of these autistic streamers, then I can recognize, some of the things in them. I can recognize it in me too. So I might actually be a little bit autistic, I'm actually not in IP2. I tried to get on there, but they end up calling me a terrorist, and they're really mad at me because I made a video how to bot the Sadit, and so they got really mad at me. And the mods on Sadit, they called me a terrorist, and so I don't think I'm getting on there anytime soon. But yeah, I wanted to get on there, but now I'm actually glad I'm not on there because, it's such a toxic community, and they ruin the streamers' lives in so many ways. They fuck with their income. They have callers all the time. And none of them are successful. So there are people. They are live streamers. They are so much more successful. There are people just walking around with the camera on the street, and they have like 10,000 viewers. And nobody on IP2 network has that, so IP2 network pretty much dead, IP2. So why would I get on there? It's just gonna hold me down. You're never, none of the IP, as long as you're on IP2, you're not gonna get anywhere. Too autistic for IP2. That might be, I don't know. Whoa, it's almost 3 o'clock here. Tomorrow we're gonna be at the protest again. I hope there will be more action tomorrow, more people. Today it was such a shame, the protest. There were so little people. Kind of feel like an idiot for coming here today. Yeah, go watch Netflix. I'm gonna end the stream in 5 minutes, so Oh, so you are doing some muff diving, Sean? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Go do some muff diving. That's what men are for. That's what you are made for. To muff dive. Make the woman happy. That's gonna turn out great for you, Sean. You're doing it great, brother. You are fighting the battle for us men, When you go down on her, you are taking one for the team. Good on you, Sean. Good on you. That's a real good guy, Sean. You're a real good guy, I'm sure she loves you. You're such a good guy. Later, Sean. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow it will probably be. It could get bigger. If it keeps on like this, then I'm gonna stop coming. It's not gonna be interesting for me. Then the protester just died, and boycott. They're not gonna get anywhere with this. It doesn't matter if they protest 2 years or 10 years, like. Just get it. Content after the protest, I don't know what kind of content I should plan. But yeah, I should plan something more interesting than me just walking around. Maybe I should plan a picking up girls event. Or what I've been thinking about? I've been thinking about buying a camping table and setting it up in the center. And taking some posters, making some posters, and trying to convince people that the Earth is flat on live stream, and see if I can convince any people. Setting up in the middle of the center this camping table, and telling people, and writing, let me convince you that the Earth is flat. I don't know if that would be funny or not. I have a 4 people tent, and I did place it in my bedroom. I bought it after I saw this guy Mongo TV. And I did the same thing, I placed this 4-bedroom tent in my living room, and I tried to sleep in it a couple of times. So I have done that, but I have privated the video, or I have made it unlisted. So yeah, I did do that, Percy Brat. I did eat food in it. I did food review. I did camping food. I sat in my tent in my living room, and I bought camping food, and I was doing reviews. Like I had 7-8 videos with a camping food review in my tent in my living room, just like Mongo TV. I was copying his videos basically. I had like 7-8 videos where I tested different camping food in my tent. But yeah, I didn't get so many viewers from it, so I decided to go a little away from that. Let me just take a quick piss. I'm gonna end the stream soon, so I'm just taking a last piss. Good night, who you boy, Paul. See you guys. Yeah, actually I'm just gonna end the stream, so thank you very much for watching. And it was very funny today. And I'm probably gonna see you tomorrow. I'm gonna go to the protest probably again. So yeah, thank you for watching, guys. Remember to subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Hit that like button, notification bell, and all of that. So see you guys.